Hey everybody, thanks for joining us. So we are doing the lymphatic module 4, and this one's being a little bit heavier on the effects on the nervous system and how the nervous system affects the lymphatic system, right? And so we're just going to do a slow roll through some of these components. And all of this is to help the lymphatic system function better, help you feel better, help improve immunity, help improve neurological function, and also endocrine function. And so right off the bat, we're doing a thing called cerebral spinal fluid circulation. And I tried to do a little like general layout. I didn't do esoteric things in this. I kept it very kind of straightforward and clinical. So cerebral spinal fluid, there's a debate that goes on. Is it part of the lymphatic system? Is it not? That it's a part or not, it definitely influences the lymphatic system. And that's definitely where I would land on that. And so if you think of times when you're having lymphatic toxicity, one of the issue is like your brain becomes fuzzy, it starts to become hard to think, your cognitive functions go down, you feel just a little out of it or a little bit disjointed is the way I like to describe it. But part of that is that because of the lymphatic stagnation, the brain has also gotten toxic. And so we want to do things to keep everything moving in the right direction. And so right off the bat, we're going to target cerebral spinal fluid circulation. You can see here it has a protective quality. It helps deliver nutrition to the area in the brain. It's waste removal, which is really super important when it comes to lymphatic situations. A lot of the brain toxicity is what we would call fuzzy thinking, right? And then immune support, and also acts as a way to increase communication in the body. Esoterically, it helps. This is a big component that helps to displace lower vibrational energies. So when you're trying to shed something emotionally, when you're trying to heal psychologically, when even part of the body is trying to heal from a compromised area in the body that is maybe chronic or degenerative, part of how the body heals is by displacing this lower vibrational energy. So it's a bit more esoteric. Right? When you pray, when you meditate, part of what happens for your body to upgrade and be able to handle that prayer and that meditation is there is a displacement of lower vibrational energy. So you're basically shedding the conditioning of the past when this happens. And this is done by the lymphatic system, but more specifically, the lymphatic system as it's impacted by cerebral spinal fluid circulation. Okay, so there are several choices here. We've used spike lavender in the past. That is something that is traditionally used. And then another thing traditionally used for cerebral spinal fluid circulation is also frankincense and myrrh together, which we have here is Wiseman. Any of the choices listed are good choices. And so what I'll have you do is just check in with how you feel, choose which oil you're going to be using, check in with how you feel. And then we're going to do a thing called brain awareness. And brain awareness is you're putting your awareness on your brain, but then you're even looking for specific areas that are heavy or dense, that feel a little agitated, where you might feel like a line through a particular area. If you don't feel anything, then you're just going to put your awareness on the whole brain. But we're looking to problem solve or troubleshoot particular areas in the brain that maybe there's a little bit more than other places. So you have whichever oil you're using.
Are we on page 2?
We're on page 1. Now, begin inhaling with your awareness on that part of your brain.
Those single oils.
What's happening? We're just okay. Sorry, we're having a little technical difficulty here. I think we're back on and we're exploring the brain. You're looking for heavy or dense areas in the brain, areas where there is agitation. And you're inhaling the oil into that area. Part of waste removal. This is part of stimulating the immune system, communication throughout the body, nutrition for the brain, and protection for the brain and spinal cord. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. In through the nose, out through the mouth. And then just be still. Be still, be aware. Keep your eyes closed and just be still. Again, you're exploring your brain. Where do you feel it in the brain? It might be the same spot, it might be a different spot. If you don't feel anything, do the whole brain itself. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on a specific part of the brain or the whole brain. And just be still. Just be still, be aware. Now let's do the same thing, but with the spine. Explore the spine, look for a heavy spot, a dense spot, an area that feels like there's a blockage or tension. If you don't feel anything, then just put your awareness on the whole spine. Explore your spine. You're inhaling with your awareness on that part of your spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your focus and attention is on that area of your spine. And then just be still. Let yourself just rest for a moment. Pause on the inhalation. Keep your eyes closed and just be still. What do you notice as you do this work with the cerebral spinal fluid circulation? What do you notice in your body, your emotions, your mind? Again, check in with your spine. What do you notice with your spine? Begin inhaling with your awareness on that area of your spine. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths into that area. And then just be still. Just be still with it all. Maintain your stillness. Let's go back and revisit the brain. How does it feel in your brain? Is there a new spot? Is that same spot still kind of feeling like it did? Or let's just visit the whole brain. Your awareness is on that spot. You're starting to take long, slow, deep breaths. Long, slow, deep breath. And then just be still. Just be still. Let it incubate. Just keep your eyes closed. Again, check in with your spine. You're gonna check in with your spine. Is there a heaviness, a denseness, an agitation in the spine? If you can't feel that, then just do the whole spine. Begin inhaling with your awareness on that area of your spine. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your spine. Really breathe into those dense spots, those heavy spots, those areas that feel blocked. Nice. Yes. Just be still. Just be still, be aware, just let it incubate. Now, we've been looking for specific areas. This time, let's just do the whole brain. Your awareness is on the whole brain. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. And move your awareness to the spine. And this time, the whole spine. One of the ways that I like to do the whole spine is to break it into sections. So how about if we do that? Your awareness is on the bones in your neck, the cervical spine. Just inhale into that area. And then just be still. Just be still. Notice how you feel. Like move your body around a little bit. How does it make you feel? How is your mind? How is your emotions? How is your thought processes? How does your body feel? Does that make you? Yeah, Samantha said that it makes her feel way more chill. We were having lots of technical difficulties before we got started this morning, so that she says she feels way more chill. A lot of weight in those words. Yeah. So you know, you can treat this quite extensively. Like the pattern is really kind of simple, but the stimulation or regulation, I should say, of the cerebrospinal fluid in the brain and the spine will impact other areas of your body. It will impact a lot of times. I find the rate of healing. And you know, I don't really ever see any documentation for this, but I would say it impacts pain syndromes. Eh, by going through and working it, it helps to put the body in a place where rest and repair is easier. So it helps for releasing of traumatic thoughts and emotions, but also like the trauma that's locked in the body, or the stress that's locked in the body. So working this substantially, I mean, it helps a lot of things, but not where you could say do this for this symptom. You know, you're treating more of a system. You're trying to enhance the body's ability to recover and to repair itself. And so I'd still like to kind of go into this, but let's do a little experiment. You know, these weekends with the lymphatic modules, um, I'd like to do a little experiment here and there, you know, because part of what we're doing, there is some science behind it, but there's also some art behind it, where how we apply it and how we troubleshoot can be just as much of an approach as following a pattern or using a specific oil. So you're still going to use the same oil, but go to an area in your body that is compromised. Go to an area of, like, if you have some arthritis, if you have a bad back, um, you know, bad shoulder, if your kidneys aren't functioning or your liver is not functioning, if you have digestive issues, go to that area and then start taking some long, slow, deep breaths. Continue to inhale into that part of the body. You know, there's an old school osteopathic uh, technique or process that actually utilizes the cerebral spinal fluid circulation, like the pulse or the rhythm of the system, to treat digestive issues, internal organs. Now go back to the brain. You've gone to the compromised area, go to the brain. If you feel a particular spot, work that spot. If not, just work the whole brain. Continue to inhale. Mm. Your awareness is on your spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Good call. And then just be still. Just be still. Close your eyes and just let yourself relax. Here's a little piece of information. that it doesn't really correspond directly to this class, but we talk about some more of the esoteric things and psychological things, and the term psychic projection or psychic attack is just a fancy way of saying when people are being aggressive towards you, when people have violent words or emotions towards you, when people try to manipulate you, when people are judgmental of you, when people just have like a meltdown and get super upset because they're triggered, or even when people judge you for who you are, not because of interactions, but because of your color, your gender, your religion, your sports team, whatever it might be. And there's a back and forth that happens between the bodies, not even necessarily between the emotions and the mind. I mean, there is some of that, but even if you take the emotions and mind out of it, there's this issue of the bodies bouncing energy back and forth. They're trying to protect themselves, they're trying to win, they're trying to have power over the situation, gain control. And sometimes when somebody's like super upset at you, super angry at you, they walk away and 15 minutes later or half a day later, they've forgotten about it, but it keeps resonating with you for, days or weeks sometimes. And it's because of the agitation that comes to the body. It's not that they're still grinding on you, that they're still projecting. A lot of times, especially really super obnoxious people, they've moved on. They're being obnoxious with somebody else. But the effects can last. And part of the way that you throw off some of these effects, one, the use of hyssop is really super good for like purifying the body and reducing the amount of projection, so that when somebody projects something to you, you are reducing what your body does back. And the thing with hyssop is it reduces the potential for negativity to be absorbed from an environment or the person. The blend that does that is actually in this class, the chocolate root cleanser blend. It does it even a little bit more so than the hyssop. And so again, it just reduces the potential for you to absorb negativity from a person, from an environment, whatever it might be, right? But part of how you shed off the projections is actually through the stimulation of the cerebral spinal fluid circulation. When you do that, it literally starts to come out of your tissues. And this is very good when you're dealing with something that's like very stress oriented, or you're in a job, like say you're in customer service where you're dealing with people who are upset with you long periods of time, or you're a teacher where you have students who might be upset at you. Anything deadline oriented, anything where there's just those projections, but especially people who have been traumatized, the a car accident, being caught in bad weather, somebody who's been abused or has had some violent, thing happen. Part of it is the trauma of the event, but part of it is there is a psychic attack component to it. There's an aggression being projected at the body. And I did these experiments, like a little weird, wacky thing. But I would go to places where the weather was really super bad. And then I would stand out there just kind of exposed for like 15 minutes. And then I'd measure to see what it did to the body. And it was no different than standing in front of your boss and having your boss scream and yell and do whatever, And so we don't always see what happens to our body based on things in the environment, but the environment impacts us. So this idea of working the cerebral spinal fluid circulation, yes, it is helpful for treating the lymphatic system and helping the body to recover and helping the immune system and all the things that we're talking about, detoxifying the brain. But even more so, it helps to shake off the things from the environment. It helps to shake off the interactions with people. It helps to shake off just negativity in general. And it's a very simple little process. It's a thing that can stand on its own. Later in a few months, we're going to be doing a class where we go a bit deeper into the brain, and this aspect of cerebrospinal fluid circulation will play not a massive role, but it will play a role. But we're going to target each section of the brain and what it does with our interactions with the environment. And this little process, I guess what I'm trying to say is it stands on its own and it goes beyond a symptom-oriented approach. It is very system-oriented, and it even does things beyond a system. So, I mean, I would play with this quite a bit. Now, we're going to step into the next phase, which is the hypothalamus. And the hypothalamus is tied to how the nervous system and the endocrine system communicate with each other. It has to do with the release of stress hormones. It has to do with like certain rhythms in your body. It regulates things like hunger and thirst and hot, cold. It does a lot of balancing in the body, right? And so it's a very important uh, gland in the endocrine system. And so it impacts a lot of the other glands. And in fact, combined with the pituitary, it has this like axis with the thyroid, and then it has another axis with the, let's see, what is it? The thyroid, the adrenals, and then another axis with the gonads. So for women, more the ovaries, for men, more the testes, right? And so very regulating to a lot of different aspects of the body. So by going through and doing this, this is a way to jumpstart the endocrine system and jumpstart the glands. Now, one of the things that we do when we really want to jumpstart the glands is we usually have people use frankincense and myrrh together. The blend that I have is 3 Wise Men, where it's a bunch of different kinds of frankincense and a couple different kinds of myrrh. But we would usually have the person take that internally, like 2 or 3 drops. The other blends do not take internal. Lemon and verbena is fine, but endocrine support and lavender complex are meant more for inhalation and topical. The one to take internal, if you're wanting to do this, is 3 Wise Men. So lemon verbena has a very like toning effect on the whole endocrine system as well. So anyway, so you're going to pull out whichever oil that you're using here. Lemon verbena, 3 Wise Men, endocrine support, lavender complex. Lavender complex is not just lavender, it's a bunch of other things to help complement the effects of lavender on endocrine function. If somebody needs a substitute here, it's going to be hard to do this without. I mean, you could try just frankincense or myrrh by itself, but really they're better together. Okay. So first off, just have the oil, whichever one you're using, and then take long, slow, deep breaths. You're not even following a pattern right now. You're just taking long, slow, deep breaths. And then just let that go for a moment. And now we're going to follow a pattern associated with the chakras, right? So you're going to put your awareness on the throat, the middle of the throat. You're going to take long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the throat. Move your awareness to the throat minor, which is the bottom part of the throat, that little notch in between your two collarbones, like at the bottom of your throat. Your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. The middle of the back of your neck. And then move your awareness to the jaws where they hinge right in front of the ear, like right here, in this area. As is true. And then move your awareness to the temples. And then go to your back head, opposite this area between your eyebrows, but on the back side. And then your forehead, where the hairline is, or in my case, where it should be. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the forehead. And be still. Just be still. Just be still. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the throat. You're down to the throat minor, the bottom of the throat. Your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Your awareness is on your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The jaws, your awareness are on the jaws where they hinge in front of the ear. The temples, your awareness is on the temples. The back of your head, and then the forehead where the hairline is. Just let go for a moment. Just let go. Again, just on your forehead, take some long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is simply on your forehead. And just let go. Now, remember the oil you use for the cerebral spinal fluid circulation? Pull that back out. We're going to do again a little back and forth experiment. So pull out whatever you were using. Check in with your brain. You fill a spot, work the spot, and if not, your whole brain. And begin inhaling with your awareness on the brain. Move your awareness to the spine. Check in with the spine. If there's a spot on the spine that jumps out, if not, do the whole spine. And then just let it go. Just let it go. Now, go back to the blend for the hypothalamus. Get the three wise men, the endocrine support, lavender complex, or lemon verbena. And you're inhaling, your awareness again is on the throat. Bottom of the throat minor. The back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. The jaws, where they hinge. And the temples. Your awareness is on the temple. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the temples. your back head, and your forehead. Your awareness is on the forehead. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still. Just be still for a moment. Let's just do one more inhalation on just the forehead. You're just taking long, slow, deep breaths just on the forehead. Just be still. Just let it go. Notice how you feel, your body, your emotions, your mind, your thoughts. As Samantha put it, do you feel chill? How do you feel? Not better. So let's do this. We'll take a little break and we're going to come back and tackle the central nervous system and the brain. And we'll come back at 20 till the hour. So wherever you're at, 20 till the hour. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and jump on back. In here, we are looking at the central nervous system. And so sometimes this gets agitated, which can throw off the body and how it heals and how it functions, how it detoxifies, but also can produce things like anxiety, agitation, overstimulation of lower emotions. There's a lot of things that can happen with this particular component. So I give you several single oil choices. That blend of calm was made specifically for the central nervous system back a long time ago in one of the classes. But you have lavender, you have kava kava, clary sage, mandarin. Now, mandarin more so than things like orange or tangerine. Mandarin has a lot more antispasmodic properties to it and calming, soothing, sedative properties. Petitgrain, which are the leaves of citruses, or Roman chamomile. So choose one of them. And then just begin inhaling the oil, not even directing it anywhere. Just start taking some long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness just on that bottle. Just let go for a moment. Check in with your brain. We're doing the brain awareness again. Check in with different spots of your brain. If you feel a spot, put your awareness there. If not, your whole brain. Begin inhaling whichever oil or blend you're using. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the brain. And then just be still. Just be still, be aware. Again, your awareness is on the brain. Pick out your spot or the whole brain. And then just be still. Just be still. You want to tap into some compromised part of your body, an ache, a pain, a bad back, a bad shoulder, bad kidneys, liver, whatever it is. Go ahead and just take some long, slow, deep breaths going into that area of your body. And then just be still. Your awareness is on your spine. You're checking in with the spine. And then begin inhaling, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Again, check in with your spine. Long, slow, deep breath. And then just let go. Just let go. Again, check in with the compromised parts of your body. Bad shoulder, hip, knee, gut. Take some long, slow, deep breaths into that compromised area. And then just let go. Just let go. Your awareness is on your brain again. You're checking in with your whole brain this time, the whole brain. Long, slow, deep breaths. Just let it go. Let it all go. Your awareness is on the spine, the whole spine. Long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Just be still. And I know we keep going back to the cerebral spinal fluid circulation. I'd like to actually go back through that again. Is the big player of what we're doing today. So the very first oil that you used for the cerebral spinal fluid circulation, let's have you pull that out again. Things are laid out for you to follow, but sometimes always going back and forth between things. Like here, we're not just like following the booklet, we're trying to do a therapy session as well. So begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your whole brain, just your whole brain. And then move your awareness to the spine. Your awareness is on the whole spine. And then let that go. Just be still. And again, the single oil or blend that you use for the central nervous system, pull that out. Your awareness is on the brain. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. Move your awareness to the spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the spine. Just let go. Just let go. And we're going to drop down for there and we're going to focus on just the brain itself. Not so much the cerebral spinal fluid circulation, not so much the central nervous system as it has to do with all the body processes, but just the brain itself. Mostly protecting the brain from toxicity and then also trying to offset brain fatigue, which a lot of times is associated with lymphatic stagnation. You know, it's not just the fuzzy thinking, it's actually brain fatigue. So you have choices in Brit, osmanthus, they're both pretty fancy. And for some reason, I made a mistake and put sage down on the blend, but sage is also a single oil. And then there's a blend called Four Lobes that is for treating brain-related issues. So any of the sages will work. Clary sage not so much, but any of the sages will work. And so choose whichever sage you're going to use. So using ambret or osmanthus, Four Lobes. Pull those out. And at first, just begin inhaling the oil. Just get used to the oil. Just be still for a moment. And again, your awareness is on your brain, the whole brain. Just take long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. And then just let go for a bit. Just let go for a minute. And again, your awareness is on your brain, your whole brain. Long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Just be still. Now check in with parts of your brain. Where do you feel the heaviness? Where do you feel the denseness? So apparently somebody's having a little bit of pain in the side of the head, like above the ear, she said.
Left
Yeah.
temporal bone, just above the ear.
Yeah, that's probably not the brain, that's the temporalis muscle. If it's too intense, you can back off of it a little bit. I would even use, I mean, you could probably even put the sage like directly topically in the area. Marjoram, vetiver, even like terebinth, something like that. That's probably a trigger point or like a tight spot in the temporalis muscle. Unless it feels really deep, that means that there's probably some sort of like little fascial, like almost like a cramp, but in the fascia in and around the brain. I would think it's more external because that pain can radiate. But see, let's see if like treating it a little bit like that, even get in and rub on the area a little bit and see if that alleviates. Yeah. Okay, we're still inhaling on the brain. And just be still. Now you're doing your forehead and your back head at the same time. Your forehead and back head at the same time. So long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness on those two spots. Taking long, slow, deep breaths. Long, slow, deep breaths. Just let go. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your forehead and back head at the same time. And then just be still. Notice how you feel, your body, your emotions, your mind. Like move your body around a little bit, see how everything feels. Now, one of the things that you're trying to offset here is brain fatigue. And one of the oils that has been looked at clinically for brain fatigue and as a neuroprotective component is the sage. All of these other oils traditionally have been used to offset some of the effects of brain fatigue. Now, this is not necessarily circulation, it's just the fatigue itself, the neurological component. And think of it like chronic fatigue syndrome and fibromyalgia. Like in the old days, we called it neurasthenia, which just meant like depleted nerves. The same thing can happen in the brain. And so you want to be able to offset that. Sage is a really good option here. All the other ones work equally as well, but sage is inexpensive. It can be used consistently. It does a lot of other things for the body. It's very fortifying. You know, in the European tradition, it's considered a cure-all. Just because it does so many different aspects, but part of it is the neuroprotective component. And so just doing this inhalation process, just this letter D for the brain can help with the brain fatigue. Also just wearing several drops of sage on the wrist, rubbing it together, or doing a body tonic. Here in the next aspect, we're going to talk about how the nerves can become overstimulated to increase pain levels, agitation in the body, and is like a precursor to brain fatigue. And it also causes things like fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue syndrome. It can exaggerate PTSD type symptoms and things like this. So we'll be doing that in the next segment. But here, before we move on, you know, you wouldn't think of these things as being part of the lymphatic system, but the immune system, nervous system, and endocrine system also function as one unit. And the lymphatic system can be part of the circulatory system and part of the immune system. You know, it's kind of a thing unto itself, but it does things in other systems. Even with the endocrine system, it is basically like the delivery system for a lot of hormones in the body. So you could say it's the FedEx or UPS of the endocrine system. So it's overlaying several other systems. So we want to kind of take those into account when we go through and treat, like we did with the hypothalamus. But let's share some experiences. I think we learn from the experiences from each other, and then after that we'll open it up to a little Q&A before we move on to the next segment.
So again, you can unmute yourself to share. You can raise your hand to share. You can type in the chat. If you have a private share, you can send it over to Samantha Durfee. I am the co-host, and I can relay those over to Greg. But I think you can unmute yourself for any of the processes we've done so far today. You got them to relax now. Go ahead, Robert.
Hey, Robert.
Hey, Greg. I want to start by echoing Sam's comment on the cerebral spinal fluid circulation. It was so calming.
Yeah.
And I didn't expect that. And then when we went to the hypothalamus, I was like relaxed. Like my soft tissue just started to like, oh, okay. So I didn't expect any of this, and now I'm sleepy. So I might go smell some cinnamon or something, just get back into it, but good stuff.
If you think about like when we do our Tuesday night Q&A, there's that one kid that we answer questions for. He doesn't come on, but his mom comes on, and we're talking about his endocrine system was very depleted, and he was very low on human growth hormone. And still like about the age of going to college. So I guess that's what, late teens. And so we started using the three wise men, the frankincense and myrrh, to jumpstart the whole endocrine system, but also specifically the hypothalamus. And one of the things that just kind of got mentioned in all of that was that he was born with scoliosis, and there's different kinds of scoliosis. But when he started taking the three wise men, some of the scoliotic pattern started to unwind and his tissue was changing. He was already getting therapy, but it's just echoing what you're saying is like when we did the hypothalamus component, it's like the soft tissue, your body like relaxes. And the thing that we're doing here is we're doing the nervous system, but it's the precursor to the next module, which is going to be a free module. That is going to be taking all of this deeper and going into sleep mechanics, but specific for reinforcing proper immune and lymphatic function. And one of the things for falling asleep is, being able to relax that tissue, relax the not just the skeletal muscle, but the smooth muscle of the gut, and then also the cardiac muscle. And when that relaxes enough, the sleep improves significantly, especially falling asleep. And so if you look at here, we're treating the hypothalamus, but you can see the hypothalamus plays an impact in circadian rhythms and things that happen in the sleep cycle. And you can see where all these things are really like overlapping. And when we look at things from the point of view of just a symptom, we really don't see how all these pieces interconnect. And so, these modules are a little bit of a therapy session, but also like we explore these areas where you can kind of go through and see like here, if you had a really super rough day, you're like, I'm having a hard time falling asleep. We're not even doing the sleep component yet. And here we're already going, do some cerebral spinal fluid circulation, work the hypothalamus. You're probably going to fall asleep.
Right. And I haven't, in the lymphatic classes, I've noticed the change, but I didn't notice it on each segment. And so this was, for me, really good. Like Sam said, the technical difficulties. Well, that's my life. It's everyone's technical difficulties. And it's nice to calm down.
Yeah, if you're having it with doing IT stuff and computer stuff, everybody's difficulties. I'm sure you're dealing with people like in panic mode or very upset, and so you're having to be half therapist, half IT person, and yeah,
it's a fun combination.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yourself.
And then go ahead, Andrea.
Hey, Andrea.
Hi there. I used for the cerebral fluid circulation, I use spike lavender.
Oh, good choice. Really good choice.
Central nervous system, I used clary sage.
Mm-hmm.
And it felt good. I really liked the smells, the fragrance, and it was calming and all. But then you had us go from the CNS back to the cerebral spinal fluid. And then back to CNS again. And just all of a sudden, I had this wave of, I had to say, what is that? And I'd have to call it cellular bliss.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was those two oils, but it was just I was kind of high for just a minute,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
It's
Well,
it's
you're
so
working
nice.
yeah, you're working the systems. And so, like you said, you know, the cells are all impacted by the things that we're doing. Like you could say almost the programming of the cells would be either due to immune, neurological, or endocrine influences. And so a lot of times like shifting like processes in the body or certain sections, you know, you go to that area, you treat that area, but you still can always come back and treat these particular aspects. And I mean, these areas, it's less about like clinically like do this and this. It's like we kind of lay it out, and then it almost becomes like this dance where you go, I'm gonna do a little this, and then I'm gonna do a little that, and then I'm gonna do a little this and then a little that. And different people are going to respond different ways somewhat because of maybe a deficiency or struggle in the body. But you know, kind of having that thing where there's the scientific component, but then there is the interpretive component or the art component where you go, this is feeling really nice. And you know, all of these things are overlapping, but there's going to be little combinations where you just go, that really rocked me. And you know, if you look at the cerebral spinal fluid circulation, I mean, we could have talked about that for the whole day, but part of what it does is it also is it impacts like how the nerves like upgrade, shake off like past conditioning, like improve their function, re-educate themselves to be more appropriate. And so you're really kind of unwinding some of the stuff from the past, and you're just like, like God, that feels so good. Like you know, any sort of you know cerebral spinal fluid circulation therapy. I mean, I've always found to be very soothing. You know, cranial sacral therapies. There was other types of cranial work. There's body work and work on the internal organs that's all based on cerebral spinal fluid circulation. All of that stuff. It's very gentle, but in the West we don't really look at it as much as they do like in say Europe or in other areas. But the osteopathic circles, I mean, we did a lot of that stuff when we'd treat the area, but then we'd go back and we'd treat like the whole body. And a lot of that we did from the brain and the head and the cerebral spinal fluid circulation. And so it's a way to, like you said, like you felt almost like a body bliss. It's like truly slipping into that rest and repair mode just feels uh I used to have this one osteopath friend that he'd always go, it just feels delightful. And I would echo that. It
Yes.
does, it feels really super nice.
Mhm.
You know, like I can remember, like this is way back in the day where I was like, I feel really good. I'm not supposed to feel this good. And then I was like, where did that thought come from? But I was like so used to not feeling really like good that I was like, something must be wrong. Like, because I feel really good right now in this, right after this therapy session. And, you know, it was a lot of work with the cerebral spinal fluid circulation. And it's not necessarily like stimulating it. A lot of times it is unregulated or overstimulated. So really what we're doing is we're regulating the cerebral spinal fluid circulation. And there was only one medical aromatherapist that I ever saw that even talked about treating cerebral spinal fluid circulation with oils. And you know, the big one that he used all the time was spike lavender. Spike lavender and frankincense and myrrh together were the two things that he used. But spike lavender was his go-to thing. Yeah, and it wasn't lavenders, it was specifically spike lavender. You know, spike lavender has a little bit of a different chemistry than the lavenders, but it's actually not a true lavender, but it's very lavender-ish, so it gets an honorary lavender mention. but very, very good for cerebral spinal fluid circulation. And on the flip side, like what I was saying before, is that psychic projection, psychic attack. You know, it hits our energy body, it hits all these things, it hits tissue. You know, it hits the fascia and the connective tissue, and the use of the cerebral, or excuse me, yeah, the cerebral spinal fluid component, but specifically like spike lavender, it literally flushes it out of the tissue.
Wow.
And so, you know, many, many, many years ago, you know, this was like an energetic experiment, but we would have a person, we did this with several people, but we'd have one person stand and we'd look at the liver. You know, we'd go through and measure the liver, and then we'd have people project just negative thoughts, you know, non-specifically. I usually would pick something not super personal, like be really super judgmental about their shoes, you know, like it's their shoes, you know, and it would have a reaction in the liver. You know, it had reactions in other areas, but we were just looking at the liver in this particular case. Then what I did was we continued that process, but I'd have one person stand on one side, and then about 15 feet away from the target person, I'd have another person, and we measured their liver, right? And so we had everybody say the negative things towards the person, you know, they would verbalize them about that person's shoes, still the main target. And then the person just standing in the periphery, we'd measure their liver. They had almost the same reaction as the target person.
Oh, my.
And so this goes to toxicity of the environment, like
Mhm.
bottom line. Like when you're in an environment where people are super stressed and super adversarial, even when it's not directed at you, it still impacts your physiology. It still kind of goes in and affects how your body functions. And that's why it's so uncomfortable being around it. It might not even be you, but you're getting the effect.
So
And so
just the observation,
what's that?
just the observation of
Yeah,
the,
just the observation. And actually, we even did one component of it where we had them wear headphones. So they couldn't even hear what was being said. So they were just in the periphery. That was it.
wow.
Like it wasn't like they could hear like your shoes are this, your shoes are that. Like, where'd you get those dirty shoes? You know, whatever it was. And so every step of the way, the person in the periphery almost had the same exact reaction as the person who was the target. And so, you know, the point was like what I was trying to like look at was what is the level that we absorb negativity in a potentially toxic environment. I mean, I think we all get it when it's projected at us, but how is it when the environment is toxic, but you're not really the target? Like, does it still impact you? And the answer was an overwhelming yes, like an overwhelming yes. And so, you know, you're not going to be able to stay out of those kinds of environments. Like, you know, you might be at work and there's going to be stress, or there is emotions in the family or at the workplace or whatever. But if we know that that's happening, then just like if you're gardening and you get dirty in the garden, you come in and you shower off. Like I got mud and dirt all over me, I got to wash that off. Same thing happens when you're in those environments where it's toxic. I got to shake it off, right? And so just that idea of the cerebral spinal fluid circulation in conjunction, I mean, it can stand on its own, but then you start going into like the hypothalamus and some of these other areas, it flushes out even more. And next month we're gonna take that idea of toxicity in the environment and cerebral spinal fluid circulation and the different regions of the brain and how they respond to different kinds of toxicity, and then how to unwind it even deeper as a form of like deeper like psychological healing or meditation, you know, whatever you're trying to cultivate, be it healing or spiritual development. But you know, there's a whole like kind of scientific approach to the different kinds of toxicities in the environment. But one of the key factors is always, if you work the cerebral spinal fluid circulation, it just keeps flushing it out of your system. Bottom line.
Thank you so much for the expanded.
Kind of interesting, huh?
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
very. Thank you so much.
Like you could see what a geek I am. I'm like, I'm gonna spend my day off like studying people's liver. Yeah, we actually did a little side thing with that when what study was it? When we were studying allergies. Like I kept seeing like very similar things. And you know, one of the things that, you know, because this was back when Master Cho was in the body. After gathering a bunch of data, I went up to him and I said, you know, I have this like weird observation. And, you know, whenever you would go up to him, I mean, I think you probably remember if you said something to him, he'd go, how have you validated this? So I knew I had to do my homework before I said something. And my thing was that I said that when somebody is really dealing with contamination, be it a toxic environment or, you know, whatever the reason, you know, energetic contamination, is that it actually produced an allergic response. And when I first said it to him, you know, I had a bunch of data that I was going to present to him and everything. And he looked at me and he went, no. And then he was quiet for a little bit and then he went, maybe. And then he kept sitting and thinking it out for a little bit. And he looked at me and he goes, totally, it totally does that. Like it totally does that. And then I kind of showed him some of my data. He had already drawn his conclusion, but he kind of find it a little bit interesting. But, you know, it was all a byproduct of those things that we were doing at the time.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
And give me just a second, Loosely. We had the follow-up with the temporal. I am having to keep my fingers on the line of tension that had formed over my temporal lobe. It is behind my left ear and above my ear along the suture line between the occiput and temporal bone. I have put terbinth on it, but if I take my fingers off, the pain doubles. It's more of just a point now. It's not like a line. It's just above the mastoid process behind the left ear.
Okay, I'll look at it on break. Yeah. Yeah.
And go ahead, Loosely.
And it's on the right side of the
Left.
left side. Okay. Hey,
Hi, Greg.
Lucy.
How are you? This is going to be pretty interesting. When we got to the hypothalamus portion of the protocol, I started inhaling frankincense and myrrh, and I had a little bottle of the 3 wise men. So I inhaled all 3 of them. As I started to do that, I noticed that my body got really, really hot. And then I thought I was losing it until you actually started talking. My liver started pulsating. It started jumping. It felt like it started to like jump. And I said, no, this can't be. Maybe it's gas in my stomach or something. So I moved my hand and I sat and I just waited a little bit and I felt it pulsating again, like a little jump, like a battery, you know, when a battery like sparks, it felt it felt like that. And then when we went into the central nervous system, I can feel my right toe. It felt like nerves firing. It didn't hurt or anything, but it felt like nerves firing on the right toe. So that's my experience for so far for now. But it's interesting that you said that about the. I was gonna stay quiet. I wanted to say no, maybe you should.
That's
just
kind of interesting.
Yeah.
I'll sit with that and see what that is. I mean, it could be that the liver was pumping and like detoxing, regulating of some sort, but that's just guesses right off the bat. I'll sit with that. I'll try to evaluate and see what was up because that's very interesting.
Oh, thank you.
You're still looking.
And then someone shared, my body is saying, ah, I can breathe. Another, I had tears and felt emotional. And another, great to know about that, about the spike lavender.
Mm.
And then we did have a question.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do questions. Yeah.
Could you speak more about the neuroprotective, the brain fatigue? Does it increase circulation?
Oh, wait, say that again.
Could you speak more about the neuroprotective?
Neuroprotective.
And then there was a period and it said brain fatigue, comma, does it increase the circulation?
Oh, the treatment for the brain fatigue increase. Yeah, I think that's what that means. So the thing that like what Sage does is it helps the nerves from being damaged from like toxicity or anytime there is a lack of circulation, there's always the potential for toxicity and then, materials that can potentially damage the nerves. It can be inflammatory material, it could be plaque, it could be all kinds of things. And so sage is very good for fortifying the body, fortifying the system, increasing and improving energy levels in the nerves themselves. And it also has a protective quality to it. It doesn't necessarily increase circulation. Increasing circulation is helpful with brain fatigue, but it doesn't fortify the nerves the way the sage does. And so the sage, the osmanthus, the amberette, the four lobes, all have this particular quality to it. But sage is easy and inexpensive. You can go crazy with it. The amberette and osmanthus is a bit pricey. Four lobes is not quite as pricey, but up there. But sage is inexpensive. You can use it daily. And if you're concerned with brain fatigue for a wide variety of reasons, sage is a good thing to use. And then we're going to be talking about it a little bit later for how the nerves get overstimulated in the body and can cause brain fatigue. And so the sage is actually also neuroprotective because it doesn't allow the nerves to get as overstimulated as possible. So the effect on the brain fatigue and brain function is more neurological, less circulatory. If you want to do things that are a bit more circulatory, things like rosemary and petitgrain and basil, things of that nature are helpful. And we'll be talking about those at some point, not today, but at some point. But here it's more the neurological function. Yeah. Yeah. Sage is one of the best things for brain fatigue, by the way.
And then go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Peggy.
Hi, y'all. Let's see. First of all, Sam, you're a goddess. Thank you for fixing it. You're wonderful. And because it was a little freezing in audio and mess up, could you give us about 2 minutes review of the cerebral spinal that we couldn't quite hear perfectly?
Oh, sure. I don't remember what I said, but I can go back and just talk about it.
Yeah, what you
I mean, I was just, recapping the notes that, so you have the aspect of the cerebral spinal fluid, you have the protective mechanism that it lists there. So it kind of helps as like a cushioning sort of effect, but it definitely delivers like nutrition. And the big thing is waste removal. So a lot of times when you have stagnant lymph, if it gets bad enough, the issue is fuzzy thinking, slowing down of cognitive processes, just inability to process information. You don't quite function like you should. And so some of that is due to the waste that accumulates up in the brain, especially when there's a lot of inflammation or poor lymphatic movement. And then it helps with immune support and communication throughout all the body's processes. And it's a way to throw off lower vibrational energy esoterically. You know, I didn't put the esoteric information in here. I just kept it a little bit more clinical and straightforward, you know, because there's people coming from all different walks of life. But with this, we can go a little bit deeper esoterically. So it is what throws off lower vibrational energy. So this means that it will accelerate things that need healing in the body, you know, especially when you have a chronic condition or something where the body's really compromised. It helps to go through and purify that and accelerate the healing there. Also, as you spiritually grow and evolve, you're doing prayers, you're doing meditations. All this is raising the vibration of the body, which means that lower vibrationals have to be displaced. So lower vibrational energies mean like energy of decay, energy of you know, dysfunction and chaos. You know, those are all energies that the body has attracted from the environment. You know, the body going through its issues also attracts energy from the environment. And so it's how things, you know, come into form. And so even degeneration is something coming into form. And so it's a way to accelerate the healing process and slow down the degenerative process. And as far as spiritual practitioners are involved, like you kind of heard what Andrea said, it can heighten the potential for being able to access higher states, you know, and having that energy integrate into the body at a much faster rate. Yeah.
So if you just do the helichrysum to the brain and then the spine, you get things moving, shaking, flowing.
Yeah, if you do this protocol with the cerebral spinal fluid circulation, whichever oil you're using, yeah.
That's fabulous.
Mhm.
Okay. I like that. Thank you. And when you
Yeah.
said waste removal, because of the audio, I heard weight removal and I thought, whoa, I didn't expect that. So waste that's why I wanted to hear it again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Denise.
Good morning.
Hey, how are you?
I'm okay, Greg. Thank you. How about yourself?
I'm doing good.
You're doing a great job this morning. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
I thought what you just recently said, and I think that's, well, it's kind of hard. I've had a number of head injuries in my life, a
Yeah.
couple being fairly significant, two of them, one big one. So that's why I asked about the circulation, but I kind of feel clearer on that part. I think
Yeah,
what's kind of happening.
for head injuries, like if it was just the general population, say that like to increase circulation to the brain, I would say like what I said, rosemary verbena, petitgrin. But with head injuries, I would use helichrysum. Like helichrysums will increase the circulation, but it will undo some of the fascial lesions that happen with the head injury. And then use sage to kind of help bring back if there's any areas that, you know, because the brain's very adaptive. So like if there's a problem because of an injury, it will kind of go around it, and it will help restore some of those areas if possible.
Oh, that's excellent. I also liked how you said that as your energy increased, kind of your level of awareness, your consciousness, that the lower had to kind of drop off and decay. And I do feel like there's a log jam, you know, somewhat there with me. You know, is there a way to, or is it in doing this process starts to unwind that log jam?
Like all aspects of the lymphatic system from module 1 to that is actually helping to facilitate that. You know, here we're dealing with more of the neurological things where we're really kind of trying to accelerate the process of the things that we've already visited. So I would say even go back to the past modules and still kind of work them a little bit. But you know, we're trying to take it from just starting with doing a little bit of detox to like really going deep on the things that the lymphatic system impacts. For the things like where you said where the body's not functioning well and you've had a couple of those traumas, you know, head traumas, definitely this module is really super good for you. And then probably the module we did last, module 3, I would go a little bit deeper maybe on that one and just unwind some of the things that are going and see how that feels. Yeah,
Excellent. Thank you very much.
you're so welcome. So let's take a little 15-minute bathroom break and come back, and we'll just do a little tiny bit more before we break away for lunch. So I'll see you guys at 1:15. Hey, everybody. So we are at the top of page 4, and we're on letter E, the spine. So here you can use inform a cedar, the catrophe, elemental regeneration, spine, stagnation. For those of you, I think in the Sondiform kit was a cedar trio. You could also use that. The 3 fancy cedars. But let's pull that out and let's just do a little bit before we break for lunch. So this is to help unwind lymphatic movement and neurological function along the spine. So whichever one you have, your awareness is on your back solar plexus, that area, your mid back, below your shoulder blades. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. This is on the back solar plexus. Still on the back solar plexus, still taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your back solar plexus. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. You're inhaling through the nose, exhaling through the mouth. And then just be still for a moment. You're still in the back solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Your awareness is on your spine. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the spine. Your awareness is still on your spine. You're taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Again, your awareness is on your spine, especially if there's an area where you feel denseness or heaviness. Focus on that area. Take some long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Go back to the back solar plexus, the mid back area. Long, slow, deep breaths. And then move your awareness to the spine. Your awareness is on the whole spine. And then just be still. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the spine. Awareness is on the spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. This one especially, wherever you feel blockage in the spine, really work that area. Just be still, be aware. Like pause on the inhalations and just let go for a moment. Let's do the spine segment by segment. Your awareness is on the bones in your neck, the vertebrae. Long, slow, deep breaths. Move to the bones between your shoulder blades, your upper back area. Your mid back area, your mid spine. your low back. You're focused on your low back, the lower spine. Just let go. Let go of everything. Just let go. Just be still. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. I think we've officially lost Samantha. Again, check in with your spine. Where are you feeling it in your spine? And inhale. Just be still. Let everything go, be still. So let's break for lunch, and we'll come back in an hour and a half. So um, so 2:25 Central Time, 2:25 Central Time. Hey, everybody. Let's go ahead and come on back. We're in the middle of page 4, I believe. Yeah, middle of page 4. Segment F. So this is tying together things with the brain and the spine, but also the sensory nerves. And what we're going to be doing is targeting the sensory nerves through the whole body. This is a contributing factor to brain fatigue. And when the lymphatic system is sluggish or stagnant or has blockages in particular areas, the toxicity overactivates the sensory nerves. So this is a cause of chronic fatigue, fibromyalgia, contributing factor to PTSD, any sort of brain fatigue related syndrome. And basically it increases the sensory nerve firing, which is sending impulses to the brain by probably 10 times, 10 to 12 times. So the brain just gets overwhelmed with all the information. So this is a way to strengthen the body, calm the body, and help pull the body out of like a crisis of sorts due to the sensory nerves. So in this, we traditionally use like vetiver. Ruscus is a fancy vetiver or some form of sage. A lot of times we apply this with a body tonic. Here, we're going to go through and just do it with inhalations. So pull out whatever oil you're going to use. And begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your feet. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your feet. You're still on your feet. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Then your lower legs. Your awareness is on the ankle and the lower legs. You're taking some long, slow, deep breaths. You're still on the lower legs. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. And your knees. Pay attention to your knees and take some long, slow, deep breaths. Your thighs, the front, the sides, and the back. Your knees and your thighs. Your pelvis. Your awareness is on your pelvis, the front, the sides, the back, the floor of your pelvis, your whole pelvic girdle, your hips, that whole area. Just be still for a moment, pause and let go. Just let it all incubate. Begin, excuse me, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the low back and your lower abdomen. So from the belly button down on the front and the back side. Still on your low back, your low abdomen. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your whole abdominal cavity. Explore your whole abdominal cavity. And your mid back, your awareness is on your mid back. Across side to side, the whole area, not just the spine, the whole mid back area. You're still in the whole abdominal cavity. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The mid back, your awareness is on the mid back area. You're still on that mid back area, all the way across the side to side. Then your chest, explore your chest area. Inhale with your awareness on the chest. Continue with the chest and then also do the upper back. Your chest and upper back. The shoulder blade area, between the shoulder blade area, outside the shoulder blade area, your whole upper torso. The tops of the shoulders, from like the side of the neck all the way across the top. And then your arms, your forearms, your hands, all the way down to the fingertips. The neck, the front, the sides, the back of the neck. And then your jaws. Move your awareness up into the jaws. And continue with your jaws and now your whole head. And then just pause for a moment. Just be still. Just let everything incubate. Now let's practice brain awareness. Where do you feel it in the brain? And then begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your whole brain. Inhale with your awareness on the brain. And then just be still for a moment. Just pause and be still. Again, your awareness is on the whole brain. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. You're doing long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. Just be still. Just be still. Just pause and let go. Just maintain your stillness for a moment. Where is a compromised part of your body? Inhale the oil into that compromised part of your body. And then just be still. Mm. Yeah, people here are getting knocked out. Okay, so we're going to do your feet again. Find the most tension in your feet. Like go to the spot where there's the most tension. And let's start with that. Just like we do the brain awareness. But here we're just going to explore the feet. Is it in the arch? Is it by the heel? Inhale with your awareness on the tension in your feet, wherever it's the greatest. This is one of my favorite things to do is like go body part by body part, finding the tension and then breathing the oils and all. Now, here's an area in your foot where you really don't have a lot of nerve sensation, but there's a lot of mechanical stress there, and it's your heel. So the bottom, the sides, just really focus on the heel. Take some long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the heel. Feel on your heel. How's that feel on your heel? Right? It's amazing how relaxing this is to the body. Just focusing on the heel. I think I shared in either study group or a class or something where we were doing this, where I had some people who had a really stubborn like back issue that just wasn't responding to treatment, and we did stuff on the Achilles tendon and the heel, and yeah, made the problem go away. You're still on your heel. Let's do your whole foot now, like just the whole foot, each of your feet. And go into the ankles. Like feel in and around the ankles, the front, the sides, the back. Where do you feel the most tension? Inhale into that part of the ankle. Now explore your lower leg, your calves, your shins. Where do you feel the most tension from your ankle up to your knee, that lower leg area? Where do you feel it? Wherever you feel it, inhale your awareness on that spot of tension. Just pause and let go. Let go of everything, just let go. Begin exploring your knees, the front, the sides, behind your knee, where the crease is. Where do you feel the most tension? Inhale into that area of your knee. Your whole knee, the front, the sides, the back. And your thighs. Let's break the thighs down section by section. First, do the front of the thigh. From your knees up to your hips, the front thigh. Your inner thigh. So where your adductors are, like your inner thigh, from the inner part of the knee all the way up into the groin area. Where do you feel the most tension? And this area tends to be more sensitive and tends to have more sensory nerves activated. There tends to be more emotion held in these areas. So starts to feel a little too much, just back off. But explore the inner thigh.
the outer part of the leg, down the sides. Then the back part of the leg, from the back of the knee up to the butt cheek. Just inhale with your awareness on the back side of the thigh. There's a particular area with a lot more tension, then pay attention to that spot. Do your whole thighs, front sides and back all at once. Inhale with your awareness on the thighs. Just pause and let go. Just let go of everything. Now go to your pelvis, the front, the sides, the back, which is your hips, the floor of the pelvis. Where do you feel the most tension? And begin inhaling. and then just pause and let go. I know this is a bit of an intense one, so I know we're halfway through this process. Let's take a little break. Let your bodies acclimate. So this one can be very deeply relaxing. And we are still going to go through and do finish and then still do another piece associated with this step. So let's break it up. So I'll see you in 15 minutes on the half hour. Hey, everybody, let's continue. So your low back, your low abdomen, you're still using the same oil we ended with before break. You're exploring your low back and your lower abdomen. Where do you feel the most tension? Where do you feel it? You're exploring your whole low back area, your lower abdomen. Where do you feel the tension, and breathe into that area? Deep inhaling. Just let go. Just let go for a moment. Just let go. Your whole abdominal cavity. Now, this can be an area where you feel discomfort. This could be an area where you have a digestive issue. It could be on the liver. Could be a kidney related thing. Explore the area where you feel the most discomfort. And begin inhaling. If you really don't feel anything, then just do your whole abdominal cavity. Gently move to your mid back. Where do you feel the tension in your mid back? Where do you feel the greatest level of tension, agitation, heaviness? Explore your mid back area. Gently inhale. And then your chest and your upper back. Explore those areas. Where do you feel the most tension? Inhale into that area. Just pause and let go. Just pause and let go. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the tops of your shoulders. Really focus on wherever you feel the most tension. Most times it's going to be like right here, where the neck and shoulder kind of come together. Inhale in those areas. And then your arms, your forearms, your hands, your fingers. Where do you feel the most tension? Put your awareness on that area and inhale. Just let go. Let go of everything. Just let go. Thank you. Your neck, the front, the sides, the back of your neck. Your jaws, explore your jaws. And then your whole head. Your awareness is on your whole head. And then just let go again. Your awareness is on your brain. You're inhaling with your awareness on your brain. And just be still. Now let's pull out the same oil you used for the cerebral spinal fluid circulation. Back in segment 1, letter A. And again, brain awareness. check in with your brain. Where do you feel it? Begin inhaling the oil with your awareness on that part of your brain. Move your awareness to the spine. And then just let go. Just let go for a moment. And the oil you're using for this one, be it sage, vetiver, or couscous, pull that back out. And again, brain awareness. Your awareness is on the brain. Take some long, slow, deep breaths. What do you do now? Your awareness is on the brain. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Just be still. Just let it incubate for a moment. Go back to the cerebral spinal fluid circulation oil, whichever one you were using. Your awareness, let's just do the whole brain. Your awareness is on the brain. We're doing all these pieces for a setup for the very last application, which is deep lymphatic movement. For that to happen, certain things have to be shifted in the nervous system. And then just be still. Just be still. Notice how you feel. So we're going to drop down to the next piece, which is the enteric nerves. The enteric nerves are very interesting. It's the only part of the nervous system that, if disconnected from the brain or the central nervous system, it actually continues to function, where anywhere else in the nervous system, if there's a disconnect like that, that nerve can just discontinues to function. But the enteric nerves a lot of times aren't even like considered in the nervous system because they're so independent. It is a bunch of nerves that are like this mesh-like kind of group of nerves down in the gut. And it would be referred to sometimes as the primitive brain, the second brain, the brain in your gut, some aspect like that. It's very like kind of primitive in the processes that it does. And it's tied to a homeostasis mechanism. So it's always trying to maintain some sort of balance, but especially in the gut. When issues are going on in the gut, sometimes this plays a role. Like it might be that other things are going on, you're treating it, it doesn't respond. Sometimes the issue is actually in this group of nerves. And so with that, things that are like wormwood, absinthium, that Paracelsus blend, these were choices. They are very helpful with this part of the nervous system. And so with that, let's go ahead and have you pull out either absinthium, wormwood, or Paracelsus blend. Yeah, I don't know that there is one. Let me think about it. I don't honestly, I don't know if there is one. Give me a moment, I'll see. Okay, so the very first thing you're going to do is you're going to practice abdominal awareness. So just explore the internal organs. Also, if there's areas on the soft tissue on the gut, like the muscles that cover the abdominal area, if you're feeling weirdness there, you feel weird tension there from time to time, go ahead and work those particular areas as well. Taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the gut. Go a little bit deeper into the abdominal cavity. Just kind of explore different areas. You know, we don't have a lot of sensation in that area unless there's like twisting or pressure, things like that. So we don't quite have the sensitivity. So just kind of inhale and just go inward in and around the gut and see what you feel. And then just be still. Just be still. This is a great one to put on the belly topically, by the way. Any of them, absinthium, wormwood, Paracelsus. Absinthium's really good when the body is really super fatigued and or super stressed out gut. But topically, none of these should be taken internally. Wormwood and absinthium are too strong to be taken internally. But topically, they're fine. You can go crazy with them, but internally, no. You can take wormwood internally in a capsule form, you know, herbs, but not the oil. So again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the abdominal area. Practicing abdominal awareness, you're taking long, slow, deep breaths. And then your awareness is on your front solar plexus. Go to the area right below your abdominal, or excuse me, above your ribs on the upper abdominal area. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your back solar plexus, the mid back area below your ribs. And then your navel. Your awareness is on your navel. On the bottom of the tailbone. Awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Very soothing. Yeah. Yeah, the absinthium, the wormwood, and the Paracelsus are all very, very soothing. The reason that blend's called Paracelsus was it was the first recorded information about somebody making a liniment, and it was made by a gentleman named Paracelsus. It contained a lot of wormwood with Opopanox, and then another plant that's not around anymore, but we did our best to find something as close to as we could. Again, abdominal awareness. Explore your abdomen. It might have shifted with this process we've just done. So check in with different areas. Where do you feel it? Your awareness is on your abdominal cavity. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. And then just let that go for a moment. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the front solar, your upper abdomen just below the ribs. back solar plexus, the mid back area. Your navel. Your awareness is on your navel. On the bottom of the tailbone. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness on the bottom of the tailbone. And just be still. We're going to cycle through this one more time, and then we're going to go for a deep lymphatic movement. So again, explore your abdominal awareness. Just let that go for a moment. Your front solar, which is your upper abdomen below the ribs. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your back solar plexus. Which is your mid-back area. The navel. Your awareness is the navel. And the bottom of your tailbone. Just let go. Okay, we're going to take a little break and we're going to come back and do the last segment. So I'll see you at a 1:45. Hey everybody, so let's come on back and we are at the top of page 6. So we've been dealing with the nervous system and cerebrospinal fluid circulation through this whole thing, trying to set up this piece. So there's different levels or layers of lymphatic movement. There's the one that's associated with the skin, and you go a little deeper. This is very deep. This is getting in and around the bones and very deep within the digestive tract. So here, chakra root cleanser you know, we use it for a lot of different things, but one of the things that it is made for is it is used as a deep lymphatic stimulant. And so, you know, through the years, many years ago, I had different versions of it. I was always kind of testing out to see what worked. And I'd say the last 8-9 years, we've really kind of stuck on what we're using now, and it works really super well. It does a lot of different things, be it energetic, psychological, and here lymphatic. And they all kind of overlap. It's like different ways of looking at the same thing. So really not that different. It's just looking at things different ways. But we're going to pull out the chakra root cleanser. And this is one of our bread and butter kind of blends. Single oil options. It's really to do deep lymphatic work. There's not really a single oil that does it. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, you can try just using like, let me think about it, see if I can come up with something. You know, this was formulated, like I said, over a long period of time for this, and so single oil wise, I'll have to sit and think about it for a minute. Nothing really jumps out. But anyway, so you have your chakra root cleanser. Let's begin in healing. First, we're going to do the energetic pattern. Then we're going to do the organs of blood purification. We're also going to tap into areas in your body that are compromised. Okay, so begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your throat. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your throat. And then your throat minor, which is the bottom part of your throat where the little notch is. And then your jaws, the jaw minors, where they hinge in front of the ears. And then your front heart, your awareness is on your front heart. And your awareness is on the front solar, below the ribs on your upper abdomen. Your awareness is on the navel. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. The bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. And then the ajna, the area between the eyebrows. And then your spleen on the left-hand side below your ribs, the spleen. And then just be still. How's this process treating?
We did it throughout the day.
Right.
It's like, you know,
Yeah, it goes so much deeper. I was just telling Samantha, like going through and treating the nerves the way we did all day. This is the money shot right at the end where you just like really nail like deep lymphatic movement. It goes so much deeper. It's like we basically did a treatment to augment chakra root cleanser for the whole day, which is the deep lymphatic movement. It's really hard to do even manually, like to get in and do deeper lymphatic work because a lot of pressure actually doesn't increase lymphatic movement. Sometimes it actually stops it. And so it's a hard thing to treat. And so usually you have to do it with like old school herbs and, you know, these things that are related to like treating almost like bone kind of pain. And boy, you unwind the nervous system the way we did, and then do chakra root cleanser, and it just powers through this deep lymphatic stuff. It's very cleansing. Again, your awareness is on the throat. And then again, the bottom of the throat minor. The jaw minors. Front heart. Your awareness is on the front heart. The front solar, which is below your ribs on the upper abdomen. Your awareness is on the navel. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. The bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. Area between your eyebrows, the ajna. On the ajna. And then the spleen, left-hand side below your ribs. And just let go. Just let go. Now, practice spinal awareness. Check in with your spine. Where do you feel something in your spine? If you don't feel anything, check in with your whole spine itself. And then same blend, chakra root cleanser. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. And how does this feel? Yeah. You're still practicing spinal awareness. Let go of the spine. Move your awareness to the lungs. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness in the lungs. Move your awareness to the liver, which is on the right-hand side below your ribs. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the liver. How's that feel going through the organs? Isn't it like just like your what? Yeah. Yeah. The gallbladder, so go to the midline, just below your ribs. Go off to the right a few inches. You're a couple inches to the right, below the ribs from your midline. Kind of in the liver area, just not over as far. your kidneys, and your spleen, left-hand side below your ribs. Now, just be still, pause and be still for a moment. Go to a compromised part of your body, a joint, bad back, something in the gut, whatever it is. Put your awareness on it and then begin inhaling. Long, slow, deep breaths into that area. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths into that compromised part of your body. And be still. Let's do this a little deeper. So pull out your oil for the cerebral spinal fluid, the very first thing we started with, the beginning of the day. Practice brain awareness. Your awareness is on your brain. If there's a spot that jumps out, your awareness is there. If not, the whole brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths on the brain. Your awareness is on the spine, a spot that jumps out, or the whole spine. And then let that go. And pick up the chakra root cleanser again. Feel it in your spine. Check in with the spine. You're inhaling using the chakra root cleanser with your awareness on the spine. You're still on the spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, and deep breaths. Just let that go. Just be still for a moment. The oil for the cerebral spinal fluid circulation, whatever you used, your awareness is on the brain, just the whole brain. Long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the spine. Just the whole spine, or as much of the spine as you can keep your awareness on. Take long, slow, deep breaths. And just let go. Just let go. Maintain your stillness. Again, the chakra root cleanser, your awareness is on the spine, a spot if you have it, if not the whole spine, and you're taking long, slow, deep breaths. And then just let go. Begin inhaling again, still chakra root cleanser. Awareness is on the lungs. Your awareness is on the liver. Right hand side below the ribs. Your liver, your awareness is on your liver. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. The gallbladder. So from your midline, about 2 inches to the right, still below the ribs. Taking long, slow, deep breaths. your kidneys. Your awareness is on your kidneys. And then the spleen, left-hand side below your ribs. And then just be still. Just let everything go. Notice how you feel. Your body, your emotions, your mind, your thoughts. Move your body around a little bit. This has a big impact on not just lymphatic function, neurological function, but definitely the mind and the psyche. Lower emotions, things of that nature. You basically kind of clean some things up from the unconscious. Non-specifically, of course. But so let's see how you like the class today. You can unmute yourself, type in the share experiences before questions, and we have time for questions too. So go ahead and fire away.
And you can unmute yourself, you can raise your hand, you can type in the chat. Someone said, amazing, thanks.
Yeah, doesn't it feel good? Like this class, man, it just, whenever I've done this for myself, it feels so flipping good. Just, ugh.
Hey, Greg.
Yeah.
It was, I can speak. And it was the chakra root cleanser part that did it, because before
Yeah.
I couldn't talk.
Yeah.
It was
Boy.
really, really good. I
Mm.
felt it. I actually at some point felt things moving internally.
Yeah. Perfect. Like you can,
So
like if you're really super kind of can check into your body, you can feel things moving like along the spine and around bones and things like that. You can really feel deep things moving. And so if you have like a really long standing, like, injury or compromised part of the body, it helps that area. Like, you have a bad hip or a bad knee or something like that. But also just the psychological impact. Man, it just feels good emotionally and mentally. It's like it clears out the cobwebs.
how long should I wait before I do it again, possibly?
You could do this one often. Like you could do it daily. Like we did a really long, slow grind on it, but you could probably fire through this in about an hour and 15 minutes, just like at a quick pace. Won't quite feel like what we did today, but each piece kind of stands on its own, but the two shining spots are the first piece and the last piece. Like everything else is like connecting the dots, but like when you really go through and just unwind all the neurological stuff and calm it down and re-educate it a bit, it just allows the lymph to move on such a deep level that you'll get used to the feeling. Like when you have it and you've done it a few times, like you can tell, like I'm starting to lose that feeling again. I need to tune it up. I mean, it feels like that good. And so, if you feel the need to do it daily or a couple of times a week, I'd say do that. And then after that, like maybe once a quarter, just go through and do a little tune up, or once a month. Yeah, I'd say like I did an earlier version of this many years ago. Like it wasn't quite as effective as this one, but it was like the precursor to this one. But I had broken a few bones in my back, and it was pretty debilitating. And I just like I wasn't responding to normal treatment. Like whatever I was doing was just I'd buy a day or two or something, and I could never get feeling better. Like it was just I was pretty miserable. And I did the early version of this, and I did it like several days in a row and everything. And then I remember one day I was just bopping along, and it hit me. I don't have that debilitating, like, devastating to the soul, like feeling in my body anymore. And, it wasn't anymore, it was less. And then I just kept treating it, and it got less and less. And so over the years, I just refined this approach. And even now, like I'll get to the point where I get fatigued or I overdo my back or something, because I tore a bunch of muscles. So I have an area that no matter what I do, it's compromised. And I go through and I do this little tune up, and sometimes I kind of forget that I have a back problem. Honestly, it feels that good. And times of lots of stress or like, some sort of conflict, still, because it's throwing off the lower vibrational energy, it's a way to throw off, like say you have a group of people that are upset at you or something, they're grinding on you. Even if you don't have an argument with them, just like we were talking about earlier, that energy still impacts you. And even after you clean off all the stuff that they projected, it still leaves your body in a pretty agitated state. And so it's just a way to calm down the systems with all the things that happen in everyday life. Yeah.
So I felt it really, really helpful, and I will be doing this one
Yeah.
again. I'm gonna order that kit because it'd be easier to do it with the kit.
Yeah.
So thank you.
You're so welcome. Yeah, the kit just makes it easy. Like we were laughing on one of the breaks because Samantha goes, well, I didn't bring the kit, but she was going through her stuff, and she goes, I pretty much brought the kit, but it was just part of my travel stuff. I mean, that's how much we use a lot of these things that we're presenting here. It's part of even her travel kit.
And then go ahead, Andrew.
Hey, Andrea.
Thank you for this, Greg. When we worked with the compromised areas today,
Mhm.
I focused on the lungs.
Yeah, oh, nice. Yeah.
And they feel brighter,
Mhm.
lighter. At the very last, when we were going through it and I was breathing the oil into the lungs, and I just sort of followed it with my mind going down the trachea and out through the branches of the bronchia and out. And before that, it had just a little beyond that, it had stopped. And then at the end, it seemed to be able to move all the way out into the lungs, which was a really lovely feeling.
Yeah, nice. So, like, for you with all the healing stuff that you do, like after you go through and do this, you have kind of a window where you could go really deep, really fast on somebody, like if you wanted to do it. And you're almost like healing on an unconscious level. Like you can go just like past the tissues and you're just pulling out like not just blockages, but like the unconscious stuff that just is the response to all the conditioning and all the stuff that your brain just doesn't recognize. you know, I'd say like for a day or two after you have a person do this, you can go really deep on a person for a healing. So you could use this on like
Using this
cancer
for clients.
patients. You could use this on like people with MS or, you know, something with like a really hardcore condition. Like do this and then go really deep on it.
Thank you. What a wonderful idea.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Hi. Well, we got to work a lot on the brain, all right? And
Mhm.
the part I noticed that I had the least any kind of connection, it seemed very dense and quiet, like I couldn't quite get a hold of it, at least initially, was the bottom part of my brain. Initially,
Yeah.
there were spots and stuff, but then at the bottom, it was like,
Yeah.
oh, there wasn't much movement.
Like
It
you're
was,
talking about like the bottom like this.
yeah,
Yeah.
like that.
So that part is the hardest part to work. And like for a situation like this where you're trying to unwind like the lower components, you know, you can do your awareness on the brain and all of that, but go through the ears. Like just put your awareness on the ears and it will hit that like really low part of the brain, you know, because you're kind of seeping through the tissues and that way you bounce in and you almost go from the bottom up.
So would it be like the ear chakras or just the ears in general?
Yeah, the ear minor chakras. So, you know, just the holes in your ears. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it hits the lower part of the brain, and there's this joint where the occipital bone and the sphenoid bone, which everything's sitting on the sphenoid, and then the back of your head is like this. There's this little joint where it kind of moves like this, and that joint will get disarticulated just slightly or get like super stressed or the tissue around it gets really wound up, and by doing that in the ears it opens up that area.
So, okay, I think I've got it. Just doing the breathing like through my ears and concentrating that way. Okay.
You could do that with the cerebral spinal fluid. I mean, you could do it with anything, but the big ones are going to be the cerebral spinal fluid circulation, and then the last one with the chakra root cleanser. Like go in, like just your awareness is on the ears, and if you can, you know how you do like body awareness, keep going in deeper and deeper through the ear canal. Let the ear canal be the guide, and just kind of let it take you in closer to the middle of the head, but on the bottom, and it'll shift things down there.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, and I think it correlated too with the lower part. I felt like almost my basic chakra. I mean, I could almost feel pressure there at the same time in a way, like they're not real well known territories. But you know, my body thanks you so much. Just simply the awareness of the body and the appreciation and the time. You know, it just
No, yeah.
enlivens the cells literally.
Yeah.
And makes us so much more conscious and aware. And I just had one last quick question. When I get kind of nervous or anxious, I notice that I kind of have to like go to the restroom a lot, like urinate a lot, but not always very much comes out. It's like and I think it started where I really noticed it during COVID. Is there anything I could use to work with that?
So, you know, going back to the thing we were doing earlier today with the 3 wise men, and there's other choices, but on the hypothalamus, sometimes using the 3 wise men, I usually start there because it's, you could look at it from a lot of different points of view. And, you know, sometimes when you try to treat it, just as a symptom, sometimes it will respond, but a lot of times it's tied to the circadian rhythms being off. And so you can start with treating the hypothalamus, and if not, you would go to the pineal gland, and there you'd use blue lotus, and or any of the lotuses, ginger lily, and you know, all of those are kind of pricey oils. So if you don't have any of those, you can get like a little tiny 2 ml roller ball, which is about a ml of the essential oil and a ml of jojoba. And, you're really just sniffing it. So you don't need to have a big bottle. I would honestly do that, but I would try the 3 wise men on the hypothalamus first.
Okay,
A lot
and
of times that will knock it out.
you mentioned ginger lily, and I do have that one, but there
Oh,
was
yeah.
another one. There was
No, if you have ginger lily is perfect.
Okay.
And if you do you have the notes from a couple weekends ago when we did the endocrine system?
Yes, but I probably should listen to it, but I took really good notes,
Yeah, just go to the section on the pineal gland, and there's a segment there for the circadian rhythms. Do that protocol.
Okay, oh, thank you.
It's real simple if I remember right. I think it's like a couple, like either brain awareness and spine awareness or body awareness and something like it's not super involved. So
Excellent. Thank you very much. I
You're so welcome.
appreciate it. Thanks,
You're so
thanks, Sam, too.
And we have some more shares too, but always feel free to unmute yourself or raise your hand. I'm a disorganized puddle, time for bed.
Mm,
Super
yeah.
zen. Spectacular. CRC for a salt bath tonight?
Oh, if you have it, yeah, I would totally do that.
Wow, thanks so much. Refining my daily practice. I love today's class. Thank you.
Yeah.
It sure does clear the cobwebs out.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Wait till next one. In June, we're going to do lymphatic technique module 5. It's all about sleep. Oh, that one's going to be nice and juicy.
The Wormwood and CRC practice released so much. Before the CRC practice, I was experiencing cold feet and cold hands. Circulation felt slow. Afterwards, full body, complete warmth and relaxation.
Good.
Anything that was bothering me felt difficult to remember and difficult re-engage with. Thank you very much.
Good.
Fabulous class. Great class. And if anyone has questions.
Yeah. Questions, fire away.
I did miss a question really early on. I don't even know if the person's still here though. It's okay. I don't remember what it
Yeah.
was.
I could ask one thing, Greg.
Yeah, fire away.
I have two friends that they've gone through chemo, and they have their brains are really affected by that.
Mhm.
Do you have any suggestion, that would be helpful for them?
I mean, like, what's their injury levels like? Could they handle a lot of treatment, or is it going to be
Well,
rough for them?
the first one was 28 days straight, and then the other one was 18, but she's very sensitive. She has fibromyalgia, very, very sensitive. So, I mean, the 18 for her might be the equal to 28 or 38,
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, any of the lymphatic work would be good. Like, the first one just kind of gets everything moving, but even if they jumped in, like with this one, for example, it could be super, super helpful. That is the thing with the chemo and the radiation, is that it does impact lymphatic movement. And, the thing with chemo is it's pretty hard on the nerves. So today might even be a good one to do, because I mean, the only thing that we didn't do, which we've done in prior segments, is we didn't do a deep dive on the autonomic nervous system, which she could just do with lemongrass to balance it out, or anise. But usually I also give them Greenland moss to unwind some of the effects of the chemo after they've gone through, especially on the liver.
You said
But
green. I'm sorry, I didn't catch
Greenland moss.
Greenland moss.
Yeah, it's a really super good liver detoxifier. But you know,
Thank you.
I'd almost run them through the thing that we did today, just because it goes through so much of the nervous system. You know, it's not the complete nervous system, but it hits a bunch of markers in the nervous system for function. And, you know, I always kind of found that when I'd go through and do that on people, they usually bounced back much faster, and they had lower potential for like depression and things, because they're going through like a life-changing thing.
Yeah.
And it seemed like they handled it like they flowed with it a little bit better, rather than being so devastated by it. I mean, it's devastating no matter what, but they just seemed to bounce back quicker. And so it was usually a lot of neurological work with some lymphatic work, which is a lot of what we did today.
Oh, that's great. So they could maybe at least contact you guys and go through that
Yeah.
way.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
And even after the fact, you know, the kits, we leave the kits up. If they don't have anything, they can buy the kit, and then the kit's usually decently discounted, and the download will just always be there. So they could do it whenever they feel like it. Like they don't have to, but we're glad to talk them through it as well. So
Excellent. That would be great as well. Thank you. I
yeah,
appreciate
you're
it.
so welcome.
And on that, somebody said Greenland moss inhale, topical or internal.
Internal Greenland moss, 2 to 3 drops taken internally, and a little bit of water or juice daily for a little bit. Yeah.
And then go ahead, Letty, that's a key.
Hey, Miss Liddy.
Hi, Greg and Sam. How are y'all doing?
Go ahead.
Greg, I just wanted to ask you on the oil calm. I forgot I had that one. I just wanted to see what was in it. It's very lemony. And you like,
Yeah.
I like to put things up my nose, and it kind of like does burn a little bit. So
Yeah.
is there some lemongrass in it? I just want to know what was in it.
Boy, it's been so long, I have to look it up.
Okay. If it's gonna take too long, that's okay. I can always get it later.
No, you take me just a sec.
Because I checked and I actually don't have that one on my list.
Yeah, it does have lemongrass. Lemongrass, vetiver, marjoram, cypress, hyssop, Vitsea cubeba, opopanax, monarda, and sage. Yeah, the tingling is probably the lemongrass, but also maybe the monarda.
Okay, thank you. I mean, it wasn't so bad, but just
Yeah,
I mean,
but
you
it's
could smell the
still-
lemon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you so much, Greg.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Zakia.
Hey, Zakia.
Hi, how are you?
Hey.
The part of this, the lower part of the spine, there's this group of nerves called the cauda equina. And that affects the nerves and the circulation of the lower legs and the sciatica. Is there a particular essential oil or protocol that might focus on that?
So what are you trying to do? You're just trying to open that up, or what?
Yeah, or
What's the
circulate, yeah.
what's
Where
the
there is-
problem that's happening?
Or either, people who have pain or maybe some type of paralysis or constant sciatica.
Constant sciatica, but because of we're sure it's that, it's not just piriformis syndrome or like compromised vertebrae, like bone on bone.
I don't think it's compromised spine or bone on bone, but in some instances, maybe a person who's, paralyzed, no sensation or limited sensation in the lower legs.
Mhm. And how'd the paralysis happen? Do we know?
I would guess from either an accident, I'm trying to remember, an accident or a stroke, maybe.
So it's the lower, or is it one side of the body's affected and the other side's not?
No, both
Both
sides.
sides. So yeah, usually a stroke, it's hemiplegia. So the hemiplegia would be one side of the body. So it sounds like it's an accident or something happened to the spine. With stuff like that, you have to kind of troubleshoot. Always use the combination of antispasmodics, lymphatic type oils on the area, and then lymphatic spasms. I'm leaving something out. Am I leaving out?
Sciatica fall into that same group you're thinking of
Well,
now?
sciatica can be caused by different things. There's
Yeah.
the piriformis syndrome, which is that kind of muscle that goes across the butt cheek. And so that could be misalignment in the sacrum. That could be the hip is compromised. Sometimes people have low back issues because the hip is actually the issue, and
Right.
it makes the spine, wear out in an uneven way on both sides. And so there's that, and sometimes it's even infection and could be lymphatic stagnation. And so anytime you have something like sciatica or some sort of nerve pain, you always want to flush out things that make that area toxic. So lymphatic work. Then you want to go through and also at the same time decrease any sort of spasms or tension in the area, and then also some pain relief. But I'd say with something like that, you also have to explore other areas that are not just the symptom-oriented areas. So the hip socket, for example, can be compromising the low back. The adductors, for example, the inner thigh can be throwing off the SI joint and causing dysfunction in the SI joint. And a lot of times what people do is focus on the site or the SI joint, but they don't really look at the lower leg and treat that appropriately. So as is always, what's that?
SI joint is what?
SI sacroiliac joint, the
Okay.
SI joint. Yeah. It's like where the two pelvic bones articulate with the sacrum. Like there's this little joint that allows you to walk.
Okay.
And so even going down into the legs and opening up the legs with even using the spike lavender on the inner thighs can be quite good. It could take some of the tension out of the upper back, and so, or not the upper back, the lower back, but the upper part of the hip. So you can treat something, but when you're starting to talk about an area where there's an injury or paralysis or something like that, you have to just start unwinding things and seeing what works, because
Okay.
it's not just a template that you're following. You're having just to go through and start correcting things and just seeing what's going to improve the function.
Thank you.
Yeah. I know it's not the super specific answer, but if you get in there and you work with oils that are for pain, especially nerve pain, you work with things that are for spasms, you work with things that have an impact on lymphatic movement. But even if you remember, when we were doing the hypothalamus earlier today, and I think it was Robert said how his muscles were relaxing, there you're again stimulating cerebral spinal fluid circulation, and you're doing things with the glands, and even with something like sciatica or a hip socket or a low back issue, we usually don't factor in endocrine function too much. But if you regulate endocrine function, then you're starting to regulate the production of stress hormones, and you take a certain kind of tension out of the body. So I mean, even endocrine function is tied to treating some of these really chronic conditions like that. And so I would come at it from multiple angles with something like that.
Thank you so much.
You're still welcome.
And great questions today, guys. Great shares. So glad you guys could join us.
Okay, you guys, thanks for joining us. And for all the mothers out there, happy Mother's Day tomorrow. And join us for the Sunday session if you can. We're not doing a class, just to honor Mother's Day and everything. And so Tuesday and Wednesday, we're doing our study groups. Again, Q&A on Tuesday, Wednesday, kind of the Master Healing Deeper process. And then next weekend is the, what do we call it? Harnessing the cycles.
Mm-hmm.
Harnessing the cycles, which is working with the different components of blood and how we'll talk about it when we talk about it, but just how we bring in energies from the environment and process it and harness it within the body. So anyway, thanks for joining us, and talk to you guys soon. Take care.
Thank you. It was great.
Take care.
All right. Signing off.